Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I decided to play more Satisfactory today because it's been bothering me that we started building a motors factory and an oil factory and then didn't finish it. And I've just got that itch of it needs to be done. We have to go back. Just gonna get a ton of concrete. I don't know what to keep doing with the mycelia. I really should figure out something to do with it instead of letting it accumulate. Can I get rid of the presents? Can I sink these? Are they sinkable? They are. Okay. I might just dump all the presents because I'm not ever going to do anything with them. Maybe next year. Oh, I get kind of low on Nobelisk. I don't really need Nobelisk right now because we're going to focus on lots of factory building. But now that we've restarted the game, the presents should stop falling from the sky now and scaring us. Cash would probably murder me, watching me dump thousands of presents into the trash. Rifle ammo. The purple slug. I will always... Oh, 2 purple slugs. I'll always take purple slugs. Okay, head back down here. We'll get rid of this carapace. Hopefully nothing out there has respawned yet. I don't think it's been long enough since we killed them that they would be eligible for respawning already. Alright, back out. Another solution we could use for that, we could move the off-ramps for this facility to right there in between so that they're further away from that hill so that we could potentially have some boosters there. Another thing to ponder. A slightly better way of doing it. Because another thing, I want to put boosters right at the beginning of the tunnel so that if you're coming this way, you can gain some speed. I'll probably put some boosters over there as well. And this will eventually... We're not going to be able to keep it there, because there's going to be... I'm going to need space for two, so we'll likely move them over here, have an off-ramp here, and then have it circle around onto this new... tunnel that we're building out to this facility. Honestly, my biggest annoyance with the elevators is I don't think the button pad should be in the position of like where you initially built the elevator. It's like I started the elevator here and started building up. But I guess it's hard to do the elevator in a way where you could put the buttons in a correct position. I think the elevator would be better if the buttons were in all four corners. So no matter what direction you enter the elevator from, you don't have to fucking do this 360-degree turn to figure out where the buttons are. I don't know. It's just one of the things that bothers me a lot with the elevator. Okay, just start filling this in, and we're gonna have a giant area. Because the current goal is just build a lot of foundations so that those enemies over there cannot respawn. We can get rid of this. What better way to prevent respawning than to just pave over their respawn point? Okay. And I think the copper was up on that hill over there. Yeah, okay. So we'll need to build up to that hill as well. But can we fit one more thing here? Is that another new plushie username? Right, so the recipes. So making the rotors for it. We're taking iron ingots. The rotors require the assembler, right? Hello, hope you're doing well today. So this is gonna make the rotors. Oh right, they need iron rods. Probably be... Didn't I have an alt recipe for this? No? Two constructors, I guess. So they'll need screws and iron rods. Oh right, the thing that I had set up was just I had a bunch of excess iron rods, so I used the iron rods to make screws. Just being comfy. This is going to be a pretty relaxed stream of us making a motors factory. We're out here in the oil field, and I started building an oil factory over there, but then quickly realized I do not have anywhere near enough motors to actually build the factory, so we're finally tackling the motors factory. It's 15 to 15. What if we reduce this down? 75, 15 and 75. How many screws does this make? That only makes 60. It's not even. Let's figure out the rotor situation later. So at the end of all of this, it's going to be motors. But we also need stators, which is not something I've been making. Okay, so that's steel pipes and wire. We'll have... So I can turn iron ingots directly into steel pipes instead of making steel. Iron pipes. Oh, that takes a lot of iron. Oh boy. And the other one, making wire, and we're going to use the actual copper for that, since we have a copper node available. 40 wire. How many steel things? Oh man. Weird numbers. This is going to be a weird calculation for this facility. That makes 30, but we only need... Wait, we need 40. Could I potentially get this down to 60 incoming? What does that look like? 15 per minute? Because it would be a lot easier to separate the lines out if I was doing 60 per minute. Wait, this requires 15 steel pipes per minute. So that would be perfect to underclock them to 60%. Then we would only have to worry about 40 wire per minute to keep them running. What would it take to make this 40? I don't think 40 goes in evenly. Oh, it'd be repeating. That would take 20 ingots per minute. Okay, we can figure out the exact math on that, but these would... So 20 copper and 60 iron per minute would produce 5 stators per minute. Oh, that's not very much. Let's figure out... These are both normal. That's 60 per minute, Mark II, 120 per minute, so... If we only use these two nodes, we would have 240 iron per minute. And let's see, what is this? This is 10 per minute, so we would want 2 of these to be able to operate one motors factory. Which means at the base, this would start consuming 120. For steel pipes. Which means we would have 120 left over to do everything with the rotors. Let's see if we can make that math work out. That's 15. We can only... This would also only be 3 per minute, though. I also hate 75 screws. What would it be if we did 60? 12? Oh, that sucks. What if we did 120 screws per minute? What if we overclocked it a little bit? 24, like these numbers just do not come out correctly like I would want them to be. Does this do? It's 40 per minute. Still not. Because here I would prefer to still do 75. Just because it would be easier to put 15 iron rods in, and then I only have to worry about weird numbers for one of them instead of both of them. What would it take to get this to 75 output? would be 187, but that would not be an even number of iron rods no matter what. We might end up having to do a situation where we'll just produce excess screws and feed the remainder into a resource sink instead of trying to make it exact. I would still prefer to just turn iron rods directly into screws. To 15 and 60. Because this is 15 and 15, so that would just be a 1-to-1 ratio there. This would only be making 3 per minute. Because this would also, like, never add up to the 10 that we need for motors, because we can make stators come out evenly by just having 2 of those. Maybe we will confiscate this other iron node. We'll make a ton of rotors. We'll filter out the excess screws that are coming out because we're not going to be able to make that even. And I suppose we could dump them into a bin. Not that I ever really use screws for anything. And then we'll have a bunch of excess rotors, like, ideally just... Yeah, that's a good plan. We'll have a separate factory that's making the rotors just on its own. We'll filter out how many rotors we need to run the motors assembler, and the rest can just go into the bins and accumulate rotors that we need for construction. Alright, plan is coming together. So we would need 2 factories. How many... So if we dedicated both of these nodes to just making stators that will eventually go into motors, that means we'd be able to create 20 stators, and we'd be able to have 2 assemblers making motors. Right? So we would do this setup 4 times, which means we'd have, yeah, 8 constructors. Right, this one needs to be... Oh yeah, this is copper, okay. So we definitely would want that over here so that it can access the copper node. Oh, I didn't realize that went through the ground so far. What the hell happened there? Alright, so we're just gonna go straight out there to the copper. Okay. How wide is this area here? Would we be able to put a factory in here? Could go farther over. We have plenty of space. Okay, let's say we start like right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so if we go over closer to the higher node, like about here, we could fit in one of our factories. Okay, so it gets a little too narrow. Would it fit here? If I put a pillar here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I could put another pillar here. I think this is about as far over as we can get. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pillar there. That would be the edge of the factory. And this would be the other edge of the factory here. I wonder if we could just like pivot them and have the other... I think we'd have enough room to do that. That'd be an interesting new style to what we've been doing. Let's see, here and here. All right. That would be the boundaries of our stator and motor factory there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Put another pillar here. Out of concrete? I went through that many stacks of concrete? I guess I underestimated how much building I was doing. Get rid of all the limestone. Should we check on the doggos while we're here? Ooh, another slug. Lots of slugs. Alright. I can't believe I went through an entire row of concrete already. The only thing about splitting it right there is that's not a straight line. It would look kind of weird. Alright, I return. Two, three, 6, 7. Oh man, if only I could push this over one further. Then it would align with the walkway. Would this fit one further down? So I can get it to snap over here. The ground is not visible here to be able to snap properly. Had it like for a very brief moment it was there. Yes. Sweet. Okay. And put a new one here. That'll make it a lot easier to get the hypertube down to the elevator at least, because this can all be tunnel all the way to the end here. And we'll just have an exit right here. Perfect. So the last pillar will go here. It gives us a little space next to the nodes. So I would end up putting the elevator down here in between them all. Okay, we got sorting floor. Is that you making that noise? Can you not make weird noises? Alright, so at some point we further need to build a path to get over to that facility. Not a great path over there, though. This is actually a bit further away than I thought it was. Is that a slug in there? Probably spiders in there, though. Alrighty. Plushy, you get a lot of red cream pies for some reason. Let's see. It's gonna go out here. Which side do I want the elevator on? So there's also going to be the along all of the edges. Would it make sense to put it in the center there? Floor stop here. Is that at the correct height? I don't think I put that at the correct height. No, it should be up one. Right, we need to get power out this direction. Which means we have to finish building the tunnel first. Is there already a wall in here? Yeah, there is. Okay. Okay, let's stop here. This is a... I don't know if I want a wall hole. That's only half there. Right. a pretty decent start. Probably put another exit here. I was not snapped to the wall. These actually need to be these pieces. Right. The start of our little tunnel. But it has been an hour. We need to take a short little break. You've been sitting around for the past hour. Get up and stretch and get drinks and snacks. Take care of yourself. I will be right back. Metallic sneaking in here with bongos on the break. And the music get all fucking creepy. What happened to the happy factory music? Right. That's convenient. That's not much of a... Can that fit there? Should it be up one more? I think that's where it needs to come through. Nope, it should come through there. Why does that look so far up? It seems like that's like way farther up than it's supposed to be. That one doesn't look so buried. Yeah, that one's like halfway into the thing. There we go, that's way better. Alright, we don't have one more down piece to do. Because we're only going down one, so it'd just be that single thing. I'm out of steel beams, damn it. I think I need those for these. This one's harder to do because I don't have an anchor point for it. Right, I don't have I don't have steel beams to do that. Alright, I think we get more steel beams. Hello, doggos. Do I have things I need to get rid of? No. Ooh, a purple slug. Oh, I needed steel beams. I also need concrete, though, it's fine. Let's do 4 stacks. Wonder what materials do I need to actually build the manufacturers? Because once I can build those manufacturers, I can start making that Sam ore stuff. And potentially start making those space-time continuum bins, whatever they're called. And once I have those, I think that would reduce the amount of back and forth that I would have to keep doing as far as traveling through all the hypertubes to go just pick up materials and head all the way back. Because they'd just always be available to me. If I set it up properly, I would just have unlimited resources available wherever I am on the map. But I've never played with that before because I've never gotten that far in 1.0, so I don't know exactly how it works. Did I need that nitrogen for something? I know it's there. I should keep that in mind for it's gonna have to get transported to a factory somewhere. Whatever needs it. I don't know what it needs it. Okay, our tunnel is almost finished. What? Did I accidentally hit the button twice? Or if this line can just make it all the way to the end. Can't quite make it that far. Actually, do I want it to go through here? Because then it would have to get around this pillar. Maybe I should have the tunnel come out to here so that it's even with where the elevator is going to be. Oh, but it's not going to get around this pillar either. Like small concrete pillar. Only gonna get the power over to that. Maybe instead of going around over there and having an ugly wire, we just bring it in right here. That should give us power to the elevator. No? Oh, I didn't plug in the elevator. Alright, so we should just start setting up the rotors factory first. Because I can just dump all of the rotors into the bins while we work on setting up the motors factory. Okay, safety railings. This node's actually like on a slant. I've never seen a node like that. They're usually flat. Oh right, I need portable miners. So I'll probably put the output containers over here, leading that way. Which means there's going to be walls here for motors, rotors, excess screws. Is there anything else? I don't think there was anything else we needed to put here. That means we can put, not power stuff, a workshop here. And a crafting bench. So we can have our stuff nearby. Ah, don't have steel pipes now. What do I need to set up the hypertubes here? Hypertubes also take steel pipes, so we're going to need a bunch of steel pipes so I can start setting up the preliminary hypertube stuff as well. Oh right, I was going to check what it costs to construct a manufacturer. What do I need for those? The plastic. Well, plastic's cheap. If I really wanted to get that factory going, I could set it up and just spend a few coupons on plastic. Once we get motors working, we might postpone oil a little longer because, like, we need to let the motors build up as well. And we'll go see if we can get that SAM ore facility set up instead so that I can have easier access to resources, and then I won't spend so much time doing this back and forth shit in the hypertubes. Alright, since the hypertube's going to be coming from up there, this is probably as far down as we needed to go. It doesn't make sense to go down there and then have to come back up immediately. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, so that takes us to the end. Any reason not to just have it right here? It's probably going to get moved in the future anyway. Just gonna plug it into that for now. Actually, I'll put another power pole here just to make it look a little prettier. Alright, so at least when we head back to the base, we can take this one, even if it's not connected up over there yet. We needed pipes for something. What did I... Oh, we needed pipes to build the miner. Okay. That's going to plug into that. That might cause the belt to overlap with the power. So the belt's going to have to go that direction. We'll play with that later if it becomes a problem. But I might have to do something else with the power. Yeah, so this will be... So this will be 240. So this will be 480 at Mark III. Yeah, the other ones would also... Oh, right. When I did the calculations for the two normal nodes combined together, I was doing it at what the current Mark II levels would be, not what the max Mark III levels would be. Okay. So this is the rotor situation. So how are these going to be splitting up the iron ingots that we're making? Those take 15, all of the machines take 15 apiece? Okay. So that's going to be a lot of floors. This is going to be a tall factory. At max 480, we would need 2 floors of 8 smelters. But that would be an even 480. Mark 4, yeah, Mark 4 can do the full 480. So I would say we just do 2 smelting floors right away. Combine them together, send them up to each floor, and just siphon off however much is needed for that specific floor. They're doing 15 apiece. Yeah, we could siphon. I really hate that Mark III does 270. Because everything else in the game is just keep doubling, except for that fucking Mark III belt that is randomly 270 for some fucking reason. It would make so much more sense and fix so many problems if it was 240 instead of 270. I don't know why they made it 270. It breaks so many things. But if we have 8 constructors on a floor that are only doing 15, that would only be 120. So we could use the Mark II belt to siphon 120 off and send the rest along the belt as usual. Because we can use a smart splitter for that. We don't want to use a regular splitter because it would disproportionately send more resources along the Mark IV belt. Since it's faster, we would want to set up a smart splitter, tell it to send stuff off on this level, and then overflow into the remaining bin. Oh, okay. Figuring it out. Right, so 2 floors of smelters. That'll process all of the iron. And then that'll get processed on 4 separate floors of constructors. think the next floor will get above that, and it's not going to be a problem with intersection. Even if it is, it would just be the outer rim floors. I don't care. Right, smelters. Wait, I have the gate hole already. It's been so long since I've done this, I forgot there was a gate hole. Let's delete one of the walls out. Okay. Put the pillars in. Okay, yeah, the next floor gets above the mushroom thing. That's good. Yeah. And the floor. Oops, that's not aligned. Oh my god. I really look forward to having the upgraded blueprint designer. Did I unlock that yet? No, I didn't. But once I have the upgraded one, I can go modify all of these and put the power poles and flooring above them, and it will really cut down on some of the time I'm spending on doing this crap. Damn it. Just add another hour. We'll finish powering this floor and then we'll take a break. How about that? I don't know where the exterior ones need to go yet. Actually, I should, because the doors are right next to the... They're flush with the elevator. connector there. Right, I forgot you can't put them once you have a fucking connector there. You have to place it first. Alright, first floor of smelters is powered. We'll take a break. We'll come back, we'll do the sorting for this first floor. Alright, if you've been sitting around for the past hour, get up and stretch. Get drinks, snacks, whatever. And we will be right back. Alright, to the sorting floor. Do I have a smart... I do have an AI limiter on me. Okay. So I might pull in... This doesn't need to be an anchor, it just needs to be an inlet for the iron ore. What I'll do is I'll smart split it to send everything down this way and overflow that way. And that way I can connect up the second smelting floor and have all of the belts ready to go, but no resources will be going down it yet because this floor can handle everything on its own. And then just once I upgrade it, it will just all start working. So put a smart splitter there. That'll have 480 coming in. Oh, fuck. Again with the Mark III, because it's 270. I can't even do that. I can't set it to do any down the front and then remainder out the side because the fucking Mark III belts do 270, not 240. I really wish they'd go back and change that. I know it'd probably break a lot of people's setups, but it makes no fucking sense that it's 270. It should be 240. And we'll have this be an anchor for the remainder to go up. And we'll have to do our old style of we just won't plug in the belt here. We'll have two Mark III belts that will split evenly because they're both Mark III. And this one just won't be hooked up yet. Okay. 60. This will only be 120. All of the inputs are hooked up. Where should I? So we don't have a lot of room over here to be sending a whole bunch of resources up, because if we're bringing down both rotors and screws as final outputs, we need 2 slots down here. Larkan, welcome in. How is the rest of your code vein? I have to bring excess screws down over here or something. I can't use that side, so that's above the... Might delete this. Have the iron ingots go up over this side. Alright, I like that better. So mergers. Okay, 30, that'll be 30, this will be 60. I'm out of iron plates. Where's the door? There it is. Plates. Okay, we need to get off here. Hi, doggos. Some extra stators. I look forward to not needing to collect those anymore. Wrong thing. Can just buy all of these parts. Plastic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Buy all.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value plus fix-it stock value.
It's not my promotion.
Milestone reached. Pipelines and pipeline pumps can now be upgraded to Mark II. They are like Mark I, but better. Pipes seem to be objects of fascination to humans. In fact, there are recorded instances of humans doing nothing but thinking about pipes for hours.
Right. I think the next thing... I would rather get the upgraded blueprint thing before moving on to monorail. Like, unlocking that needs my motors factory. I'm not buying 250 motors. That would be like all of my coupons. So let's do this first. Do I need more concrete? I also need a bunch more iron rods. Do I need rotors? Should grab a stack of rotors just in case. I have steel beams, I have reinforced plates. I have lots of cable. Alright. While we're here, let's grab some extra concrete. Because we're about to build another floor. I don't want to come all the way back out here again. And grab one extra stack of rods. Why was that slowed down? It's never slowed me down that much before. I'm also realizing that I can't expand my compacted coal factory. At least I don't think I can shove more onto these belts. How much is currently going through here? Because the line doesn't look full, like it's a full... Yeah, it's not a full 480. So this one's running, that's doing... Oh, right, they're doing 150, so I probably have 300 going through. I do. So I could expand. I could add another floor and do another 150 because this Mark IV belt can do 480, so it would still have 30 spare room. Alright. Because I will need compacted coal to be able to do turbo fuel. I might have 100 computers for that milestone just sitting in the bin from the doggos. Let's do some name editing here. Alright, so those will be both doing 120. Then we'll merge them in the center. And that'll be Mark 3 going out this way. Alright, so this one's all hooked up. We'll build the second smelting floor, even though it's not going to get used yet. Oh, right, I need to put down the, Alright, new floor. Okay. So I think 12 gets us to the sorting floor. So yeah, it's 20 to get to both floors. Oh, I never put the connector back on this. Okay, where is that coming up? Oh, right, I can't see. There's a floor there. I think it's right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. anchor. Okay, that's gonna be the incoming of... This is iron ingots from the first floor, and then we're gonna have to merge iron ingots from the second floor into it. Then send the line back out. No, don't go off. Just land on the wall, please. Okay, architecture. This up here. This needs a lower wall. Then that'll be 480 going out. Merger. You mean too steep? What? What the? What is it fucking complaining about? It can literally go here. I'm so confused why this is not connecting up properly. Alright, we'll do it this way. Do a weird roundabout, whatever. Oh no, these last two should not be there. Ooh. Is that a crash site up there? That looks like a crash site. Looks like it's up here. Is it? I don't see terrain that looks like that. Oh yeah, it is here. So it is up here on this cliff here. And there's Caterium right there too. And some copper and a bunch more iron. This spot here is probably the next spot we would try to put another radar tower. Well, no, we don't need a radar because these are the radius of the radar towers. So we can see all that. There's just nothing there. That looks like a creepy cave. Yeah, I don't know if I would ever build up to that. I'd more likely keep building out this direction toward the swamp. There wouldn't be a lot to build through here. This would likely just be building a path to get out. I believe the next oil reserve that we'd go out after is over here somewhere. And then we also have the swamp, and there's going to be a ton of resources in the swamp. I'm pretty sure the swamp is the only uranium node that I personally know about in the game. I don't know where any of the other ones are. I don't even know if there are uranium nodes out here in the plains where we started. Right, this is gonna be more smelters. Oh, there's limestone right there. I don't think we need it for anything. Is that on the map? It is on the map. I guess I just fucking ignored it. Cash is live. It's time to go call her a nerd. Has to be done. Okay, she has been nerded. Or two. And the power. Alrighty. Architecture, metal beam. It's 13? No, it's 17. Alright, these are all turned on. Okay, all of the iron smelting for the rotors factory is set up. The connector on here. More elevator, another 20. Probably should have done this before. So now I can't fucking see. There we go. Sorting 3. Dungeon. Okay, so we'll send ingots up, and then I think this factory requires 4 floors of constructors. Oh boy. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's just simpler to have all of the constructors. Because I was thinking, it's like I could do a floor of iron rods, a floor of screws, a floor of rotors that combines those two, then take the remainder of the ingots up to another floor above that to do more rods, more screws, another floor of rotors. Okay, let's go back down. I need to confirm how many constructors are doing what things. So I think both... I don't think this is even going to produce enough screws. Because every constructor that's making iron rods can feed 1 assembler for rotors, but we'd be short on screws. We'd be short 15 per assembler. I thought we would have a surplus of screws. We're actually short. I still really, really hate in 75 because there's not an easy belt to be able to do anything with that. I think it might make more sense to do 3-way splits for the iron rods, so we can pull off a line of 60 for iron rods and then split it into 3 machines. Well, I don't think I can fit 6 of them on a floor, because these take up 2 tiles, so the floors will be... Pretty sure I can only put 5 assemblers on a floor. Unless I extended the building. No, I don't want to do that, because that would fuck up all of my pillars. I don't want to waste whole floors only putting 3 assemblers on a floor. Oh boy. What would it take to get screws to be an even 60? That would, that's the weird one where it's 12 iron rods. I could potentially do it this way. So I can, if I have leftover iron rods, which I would have 3 leftover iron rods per machine. I could convert those into screws and then bin those. I don't want to set up an excess iron rods bin. Uh, what was this? This is 15 to 15, and this is 15 to 60. So every constructor is always taking in 15 of our ingots. Which means we can just have a maximum of 30 constructors, whatever they end up being. Because by default, we could just split those evenly, have 15 of each, which that would be an uneven number of them, though. Well, no, because we can do 5 per floor. I can't do 6, but I can do 5. So we would have 3 floors of assemblers. So we had 15 constructors doing rods, 15 doing screws. That would leave us with 45 excess iron rods per minute? No. Because they're only... Yeah, 3 per machine would be excess from what we need. Because they're making 15, but we only need 12. So if we had 15 machines making iron rods at 3 excess, that would be 45 excess total. But we could shift that. If we got rid of 3 machines doing iron rods, and had them do screws instead. That would make us just short of iron rods, I think. So I was thinking is like we could shift them around and have another floor of assemblers. We shifted 3 machines to make the screws for those assemblers. Well, we wouldn't need an entire floor for only 3 assemblers. It's like we could minimally do 1 extra assembler floor for a total of 16. Wait, no. Yeah. A total of 16 assemblers making rotors. That would require 16 constructors. Making the screws. Wait, did I calculate that right? Why did I do 15 rods and 15 screws? Yeah, it would have been 16 each. I don't know where I got 15 from. Should be 48 excess. Yeah, so we can support 16 assemblers by default. We have 48 excess iron rods. Ugh, man. So that would be 4 floors with 4 each. What if, like, what would the math look like if we did 20 constructors doing screws? So that would mean we'd only have 12 constructors making rods. That would be short. We wouldn't be able to do that. For every constructor that we take away from doing rods, it's not just the excess, we're losing an entire 15. So I think we can only do one, because we take one constructor away from rods, we lose 15, and then we lose another 15 because we have to be able to... No, we lose another 12 because we have to be able to support the extra assembler. So for every assembler we add, we'd need to be able to lose 27, 15 and 12, 27. So like we could do, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want an uneven 17 assemblers. That would be kind of weird. Yeah, our max would be 17 assemblers, which I don't really want to do a weird odd number like that, so I think we'll just have to deal with we'll have 48 excess iron rods from setting this up. What is the iron rods to screws conversion? Yeah, weird. Mac in here throwing brown pies. I guess it's orange. It's supposed to be orange. What is the max overclock here? 25. Well, I guess if we did 24 incoming, 240%. Pumpkin pie? Yeah, we can pretend it's pumpkin pie. Yeah, I think a good solution here would be having them take in 12. So there's 4 floors of assemblers. Oh, but then I have to have an extra line going down between every single floor. Yeah, my Sunday's been well. I'm just trying to wrap my brain. Can you tell my brain's not functioning right now? Trying to wrap around the best way to handle moving resources around in this factory. That would be another 12. We had 4 per floor, though. Yeah, because that's the other thing, is we have to be able to separate these out correctly. 60... That would actually help us, since we need 12 iron rods for each assembler. That would leave 12 left over, so like for each floor, I could pull a line of 60 iron rods off and then have that leftover 12 at the end to convert into screws. I think that would work out. I think we could do it that way. Although separating 5 ways is... how would I split a line 5 ways evenly? Let's think about this. Okay, so we have a splitter that's coming in. That has iron rods. We're going to siphon off 60 of it. So this is going to be a line of 60 iron rods coming in. We need to split that evenly 5 ways so that it consistently supplies all 5 of the assemblers instead of pushing most of them into the first one and then slowly getting to the other ones. So we're going to have to split it. It's going to have to go to a splitter eventually. Because it has to get split at least twice to begin with. Okay, so we have 60 going into a splitter. If we split it 2 ways, we would have 30 and 30 on each line. We split it 3 ways, we would have 20 on 3 lines. Hmm. $60 coming in. Put another splitter here. Get rid of this. Hi, Allie. Welcome in. We're in the phase of watching me try to do math. Okay, so we'll want a splitter on each side of here. Like so. Then we'll put a merger in between here. Like that. So this is our input. $60 going in. I'm gonna split it here and here. This is gonna loop back around into the merger. And then we'd have 5 here, 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 and here. So you have a line of 60 that comes in, you split it into 30 and 30, and then you split the 30 into 10, 10, and 10. You feed 10 back around to here. Which would then get split into 5 and 5. Then you'd get 2, 2, and 1. Feedback looping. Would this work? I wish I could feed 60 items into it and see how it ends up going through everything. So if we have 60 coming in, this would be 30, these would all get 10. This would also be 30, every line would get 10. So all 5 of the outputs would have 10 on them, and the remaining 10 would cycle back through. But wouldn't this need to be a Mark II belt then? Because it would potentially have more than 60 on it. So if the 10 loops back around, it would get split 5 and 5. I don't think that would split it evenly. Because the 5 would come over here, we'd have 2, 2, 1. The 1 would split back around. Can you just have to hope that it ends up going over to this side? I don't know if this one actually works correctly. It would be very close to being 5 even outputs, but I don't know if it would actually be. I don't think this one is the solution that I would prefer. Probably a better way to do this. Let's delete all of that. We'll do the math a different way. I don't like having to put that 120 belt at the beginning. Okay, so input, let's split here. Whoops, I don't want to build 2 of them. Okay, so our input of 60 coming in. Would split it twice to 30 and 30. Feed both of those into mergers. So we'd have a splitter over here. So this line of 30 would go over to here and get split 3 ways into a 10, 10, 10 going back this way. Then 5 would loop back around into each of the mergers. Get 2, 2, 1 back into the feedback loop. So like that. So 30 and 30. This might work. input. We'll split it. Alright, I think this would be our setup for doing the assembler floors. But we're not focused on we still need to do the constructor floors. Need to hook this up too. Okay, that needs to come up further. It's too slanted down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's try 7. See if that gets us up high enough. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still too short. Okay, so 7 needs to be up 1 further. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 1. There we go. Nice and even belts, and it goes above the power thing. That'll be our input. Have these tools in real life, yeah. Would make building a lot easier. Imagine being able to just aim as like, okay, house is constructed. Okay, I think we decided to stick to 16 constructors for each, which means we'd need 4 floors of constructors. Then we're gonna have 4 more. Will my elevator even go high enough for this? So we have 4, so we're gonna have 8 more floors of production. So I'll need to be able to put 7 times 20 on top of this. 140 more meters. Oh shit, I didn't put a floor here. Let's go down to sorting. I don't know if it'll let me build an elevator that high. This would definitely be like our tallest factory we've built so far. So I'd need to be able to put another 140 meters on top. It will not let me go that high. Oh, I don't have enough resources. But it will only let me go to 120. So we'd be missing a floor. An entire assembler floor would not fit at the top. Well, shit. Let's go grab some steel beams. I might just have to... The very last floor won't have an elevator that goes directly to it. I'll just have to build an old-fashioned staircase or something. Steel beams. Let's just grab a bunch of those. What am I doing? I should probably grab some more in case. Ran out of concrete for these. Let's refill this bin. I'll just drop all the concrete I currently have into here. And grab more on the way back. Don't need cable or anything. Looks like, don't the constructors require wire? No, just the smelters, and we're done with the smelters, so we're good. I'll grab some extra reinforced plates. Then we need to get some more concrete. It's going really slow. Oh my god. None of you had anything interesting. How much would it actually cost? Oh, like probably the entirety of the current economy with value. I mean, we are talking about a bunch of technology that doesn't even exist right now. Alright, I should not need to come back for concrete. I should be able to build the entire factory. Wait. Oh, I hit the wrong button. This is not based on Earth, it is a different planet. I recall it's not even a planet, I believe it's a moon surrounding another planet. So the iron ingots are coming up here, I think. I don't know if they ever give you actual lore for where you end up, because I don't, there's not like an introductory sequence. You just jump into your crash landing. Yeah, it's a planet called Massage-2A-BB. I don't know what the fuck that is. But it's in a completely different star system that has a binary star. We do Uncharted Alien World. Yeah, it's a fictional star system. They don't ever specify like how far away from Earth it is, just that it's a binary star system, some fictional system very far away. So this is gonna be iron ingot. Yeah, because we'll have iron ingots coming from that floor, go up here, they'll merge together, and then come up to here. So this is a line of, I believe, 480 iron ingots. The bottom one would be a line of 2 at 240. What the hell is the thing? Oh, it's way up there. Okay. See. Do that. Okay, that's connected. Don't need these anymore. Well, we'll need it for the next one, I guess. Quick way down. Okay, so this is just going to be a line of iron ingots going all the way up. Why are there so many ugly birds here? Okay, back up to there. Alright, so this is going to have another output to take the remainder. I only want to build one. Oh, fine, I'll just delete it. Alright, so this is going to have 8 constructors that all need 15 each. So a line, I could split it and have 60 just go both directions directly out. Let's make this. That would be a lot simpler. I just split it here. This would be a good spot for the smart splitter to make sure that the lines get 60, since the output's going to be the fucking full line that supports more than needed. I put a smart splitter here. Left is any, center is overflow, and right is any. So it will forcibly fill the 260 lines before letting the remainder go out. And then we'd be sending 420 back out to go to the next floor. Transport, I want to just build the max height of the elevator. I'm gonna reach into the sky with this elevator. Definitely the biggest factory. Righty. Safety railings installed. There's a blue slug over there. That one looks blue. Hey, if we get to a height high enough, we could just build a path all the way out to the that crash site over there without even needing to touch the ground. There's another blue slug over there. Alright, this floor is going to be constructors. Do I have enough silica to do glass? No, I do not. Let's go back and see how many resources we have available that we could put into making that blueprint machine Mark II. So being able to upgrade my blueprints to be taller would save me a bunch of time. Doggos. I guess the plastic is something. Oh, I have a lot of heavy modular frames, actually. I do have enough computers. How much does it cost to buy heavy modular frames? Are they cheap or expensive? 6 to get another stack of them. And rubber. I believe this is 200, so I only need 2 stacks.
Parts purchase confirmed. Promotion delayed by X times part value.
Oh,
plus
not the
fixed
promotion
stock
delay
value.
again. Alright, we'll get that 1 stack out of here.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Mark II improves upon the Mark I in every dimension, except for the metaphysical ones. This improvement was made available due to complaints from pioneers about other pioneers not being capable of managing their space efficiently. We listen to pioneers, always.
I think it just adds 1 block to all dimensions. 32, yeah, now it's 40. Ah, we need more rubber. I have the other resources, though. I believe I have enough heavy modular frames and enough computers. So we need to buy another stack of rubber. Then we need to find a place that we can fit it. My 1 coupon so I can have 69 coupons. Alright, where could we potentially build this? I don't think it'll fit in here. I mean, we deleted this assembler, it would fit in here. Oh, there was another stack of 50 motors in here. I keep forgetting to get the motors out of that thing. Can I upgrade this in place? Will it let me? It will not. Okay. It still lets you keep the blueprints even if you delete the thing. That's a little too close over there. Shit. I don't think it will fit here. I don't know where I have another spot that can have a giant fucking thing, though. That's just gonna have to do for now until I find a better place for it. But now that it's taller, I can load constructors. Oh, I guess I have to... Uh-oh. That error message froze the whole... I can't exit out of anything now. Apparently, if you try... Oh, it gave me the action menu back. Apparently, if I view in codex and back out. Okay, that fixed it. If you try to load a blueprint into the wrong blueprint thing, the error message just completely breaks the UI. Heading to bed. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we can just build this. Go up. Or... And then we can put the ceiling in. And then I can also, when we build these machines, already have the fucking wiring in. Could I have done that in the previous blueprint designer? That's not actually that tall. I've been waiting for no fucking reason. That blueprint here. Constructor. Plus ×2 set icon buildings constructor save. Overwrite the previous one. Yes. So now it will have the wiring pre-done. And some of the ceiling will already be there, so I don't have to do as much constructing that. Clear. Get the resources back. It's actually been a couple of hours since our last break. I really should take a little break here. You've been sitting around for the past 2 hours. Get up and stretch, get drinks, get snacks. I'm going to refill my stuff. We'll be back in just a moment. I heard that freighter reentry while I was off in the kitchen. And just over there like, what the fuck just blew up? And then I remembered like, oh right, the freighter wasn't at the base right now. Alright. I'm not gonna do the singular ones. It's like that doing the single ones doesn't really help me out that much since I can't connect them together or anything. Can do the assemblers. For I believe the assemblers still fit under 4. It's fine that it just hangs off the side there, as long as they're connected up. Directory, add blueprint here. Assembler plus times 2. Okay, so the little warning thing popping up tells me that I typed the name correctly, and it will do an overwrite. Assembler, save, overwrite, clear designer, take all. I'll leave if we ever build another factory that needs foundries, I'll redo it then, but I don't know if I need foundries anymore. Definitely need smelters though. Another great thing about doing this is whenever I build these dual ones, I'll already have the floor for the sorting floor above. So I can just quick build it without having to do all the walls first. Set directory. Add blueprint here. Filter plus. Spell it correctly. Oh my god. Times 2. I believe that's the smelter. Yeah. Save override. Clear. How big is the manufacturer? Should I... Because the manufacturer is massive. I believe it takes up 2 by 2. I might not be able to do a ×2 of this since I can't put it up against the edge of the... But I can at least do a single one and get it set up. I think that's the output. Yeah, I believe the manufacturer takes in 4 and outputs a single 1. It doesn't have a byproduct. Right. Okay, so if you delete it directly, it goes back to your inventory. If you clear it from the computer, it puts it in the bin. I could set up refiners, though. I might not be able to fit the refiner in here. The smokestack is already... It might fit. I mean, we can try. Is this 5 wide for the refiner? So it needs to be up here too. I just need a platform to stand on. Okay, we'll see if this fits inside. It doesn't. Oh, it does. Wait, what? Okay, I guess it does fit. Wonder if either of these would be long enough for the... No, they're not long enough to actually have a visibility thing. Definitely won't have room at the top to put a ceiling over the dual one, though. Pretty sure the smokestack is right at the the tip there. Yeah, we can only go 9 up. But the ceiling above these is at 10. Well, at least this would save us some time in doing a lot of setup for these things. Okay. This was the refiner plus. Where the fuck is the refiner? Is it that? I don't think that is. Is that? Which one is the refiner? Is it that thing? Oh fuck, it deleted all the changes. God damn it. I think that is the refiner. Refiner plus. Put it there. Save. For some reason, having these in between already is fucking it up. Oh, that's one too far over. There we go. Wait, why did... It's facing the wrong fucking direction. There we go. Smokestacks on the same side. Put the floor in between them. Refiner times 2. Put it in this one. Save it. Clear the designer. Take all. Okay, so now we have refiners set up. Do I need anything else? Put the computers and heavy modular frames back away. So we only needed those to build the blueprint designer. I'll put away the fuel because it's just wasting a spot and it's annoying. Alright, do I need anything else? It looks like we might need some iron plates. And then some silica on the way back. Right, we moved it all. I forgot. Grab 5. How many rotors are we even going to be making from this factory? I didn't even consider, because I think we need at least 40 of them to go into the motors factory to maximize that production. So I think we're gonna have 16 assemblers. They're all gonna be making 2.4. That's only 38 point. So we're not even gonna be making enough of them for the other fucking facility. God damn it. I'm tired of thinking about this facility. They're normal, so both of those combined are still going to make another 480 at Mark 3. Those will consume 60. Those will consume... Oh, that's copper. I don't even need that. So we're only using the iron for the steel pipes in the other facility? And each constructor of steel pipes can do 4 machines of stators. I might have to combine the facilities together a little bit. Especially given that this facility is going to hit max height. So what was I think I was ideally going to do 8 of these. Like, we can do so many of these. This was designed to do 40 wire, so 1 constructor per thing. Taking 20 copper. That was an impure copper node over here, right? Hi, Spartan. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We might have to overclock the copper. Oh, hi. Yeah, because this is impure, which means it's only going to give us 120 at Mark 3. That would support 6 copper things. So I'd only be able to do 6 of these with the copper node without overclocking it. That's fine, we can overclock the copper. Just to make sure that we can use it for the wire here. Even at 200%, I can get that up to 240, which I think would be more than enough. Let me make another page in my little thing. All right. because we need 2 stator machines for every motor machine. So they take 10 and 10 to make 5. I think the goal was to have one floor that had 4 motors. So at the end goal, 4 assemblers making motors, which would need a total of 40 stators, and 40 rotors. Okay, so those are our end goals. Stator side of it is much easier. So these create 5, so we would need 8 total of these machines. These are also assemblers for stators. Would need 8 of them. Each would be making 5, and they need 15 steel pipes. Times 8. So 120 steel pipes total. 120, 8 times 15 steel pipes. We'd need 320, 8 times 40 wire. So I'm just like working backward to figure out how many total machines I would need for these, so I know how much leftover I'm gonna have. So these steel pipe machines that I'm doing, consuming iron, we would need 8 of those since they're only producing 15 each. So that would be just constructors. So we need 15 constructors. Those would be taking in... That would be all 480 of my iron ingots. 8 times 60. Iron ingots. Okay, 320 wire. Need to know the formula for that. So we're making 40 wire from 20 copper ingots. So we would still need 8 constructors. But those are only taking in half as much. Those are only taking in 240 copper. Oh, so if I just overclock the copper to 200%, we would get exactly enough copper that we need. Wait, is it 240? We have 8 machines that only need 20. No, it'd be 160. I was thinking of half of 480. So we'd only need 160 copper ingots. That weird amount, we'd probably end up just doing another 8 smelters for the copper and underclock them all to 20, just for simplicity. Okay, so that factory does in fact use all of the iron. I do have an opening here. Did I not finish this? So the Stators factory, Stators going into Motors factory would not have any additional iron to spit out for extra rotors. Which means all I can do is potentially overclock this, but I don't have the space to overclock that and do even more. How many floors would Stators and Motors be? See, the Motors would be 1 floor. Okay, let's start at the beginning. Iron ore be floor 1. Converting to iron ingots would be floor 2. Wait, no, converting to iron ingots would be floor 1, because that would be the smelters turning the ore into ingots. Floor 2 would be the constructors turning the ingots into steel pipes. Floor 3 would be copper ore into copper ingots. Floor 4 would be ingots into wire. Floor 5 would be combining the pipes and wire into stators. Floor 6 would be finally assembling the motors. Oh, don't go in there. I don't actually want to go out that way. I just have no idea because I was operating on the assumption that I was going to have excess available rotors, and we're actually going to be 1.6 rotors short. The only way I can solve that problem is to overclock the rotors factory, but I can't add more floors. We're already 1 floor over capacity for this thing. And like the only thing I could think of is adding another factory and transporting things back and forth between the factories. But like, could I fit another factory over here? Where would I put another factory? Oh boy. Or alternatively, confiscating this factory that was going to be for motors and have these two connected together as one giant, only making all of the shit for rotors, passing back and forth between these two facilities since they are kind of connected together, and then potentially finding more space to build the motors factory separately. Like have it come over this. Let's see. Two, three, four, five, six, 7. If it could fit over this, I might basically pivot back this way and have the motors factory, and it'll be like this U-shaped factory here. It does make it over. I could do that. This factory just wouldn't have like an actual... Yeah, because this is the sorting floor here. So this factory just wouldn't have like an underneath base. But I don't think it's really necessary for it to have that. I think I might have to do that. Build a third factory. Because this should line up with where that pillar is already. Was this 7? Why does this not look wide? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that is 7. That is how wide it needs to be. We'll delete some of these. And have them actually go into the ground here. And this should solve our height problem with the elevator, because we'll need half as many floors for that. Rotor's factory over there. Architecture, pillar. All right, pillars made. I think it needs to go that far out. Just put it there. Okay. Now we have twice as much space for the rotors factory. So resources from the rotors factory, I might end up So ultimately, if I just double, if I overclock that iron node to 200%, I'd basically end up doubling. I wouldn't really save any space here. I would just end up with a second rotors factory right next to it, and we'd be making, instead of 34.2, we'd be making 68.4. So I could confiscate 40 for the motors factory as needed, and then bin the remaining 28.2 per minute as just a resource to have. So I would still be building the tallest fucking factory twice. This turned into a much bigger project than I anticipated it to be. So this iron node we're going to end up, and this makes sense to do too, because then I'm only overclocking just this one miner instead of both of the normal ones. But to start, if I want to do this, because then we'd also have to be sending half of it over to that other factory. Maybe instead of doing that, maybe it would make more sense to just do all of the iron processing here. Have all of the smelting in just this one building. Because each floor of smelting would support 2 floors of constructors. I'm thinking the 1-to-2 ratio still kind of throws everything off. Please get out of the way. I'm trying to look at things. Because, like, an alternative thing that we can do, instead of having a dedicated, like, motors factory over there, to prevent having to send so many resources up and down on vertical lifts, we could send iron in here, have this floor of smelting siphon off the 240 that it needs. And instead of sending the iron ingots up, we send them out into that factory. This factory siphons off the 120 that it needs. And then we send the remainder into this factory. And then we'll just have our 2 floors of constructors and only one thing that needs to come out and go up to the next floors for processing. Where'd my pen go? It's like if we're gonna have 2 one floor of smelters would do both floors. Iron rods. The only thing is then they'd be kind of like all mixed together. But that might alleviate our elevator not being high enough problem by sharing some of the load onto the other factories. No, I didn't want to go all the way up. That is not where my cursor was. I think I might do it that way. So like this floor would not output over here. Instead, the final output would need to make it over this direction. Yeah, I could do this. That would solve my problem since the fucking... That would solve my smart splitter problem. I could siphon off 120 in the smart splitter here, because we have 120 belts, split it again here with a smart splitter to send another 120 this direction, and then overflow into this to send the remainder up. And not have to worry about trying to be smart with I like that idea. And then we can merge that direction and this won't be blocked by this belt. I'm going to need more AI limiters for this project. But this will get 120 coming in, just split 60 and 60 evenly. Don't need that output. Don't need that. Wait, did I accidentally delete this? What the hell? And conveyor waffle here. Conveyor waffle here. This is gonna bring the iron ingots that got made. So how many were we making? 240 on this floor, I believe. Those will curve around there. What did we need to go get? Something I was gonna go get. Oh, we need AI limiters. I just need a crafting bench is all. Because I probably have enough to make a few of them. There's finally a coherent plan here. It's gonna make like a stack of 10. I don't actually know how many I'll need for this project. Smart splitter. Goes there, and then the second one here. $120, $120. Center is any. Left is overflow. Center is any. Left is overflow. So we need to reverse the direction of these. Okay, so this will be a line of 240 going out to the other factory. Then the remaining iron ore will go up to the next smelting floor. This factory is not even built. I can't have the door there. That's where I'm going to put the... Because if the conveyor holes are going to be there, the door can't be there. That's not at all what I wanted. G-Bomb, welcome in. Hope you've been doing well. I am frying my brain on math problems right now. Raymond 2, huh? How much would be left over here? 120, okay. Doing good. I have been working on this factory for the entire 5 hours that I've been live, and it is by far the most complicated thing that I've tried to construct in this game so far. Seems about right, yeah. I went into this being a little cocky. I was originally going to play more potion craft today, but then I was like, I can't leave this factory that I started building unfinished. And I just got into this like mindset of like, I have to go finish it. It'll only take like a few hours, and then I can like relax for the rest of the evening. And now, like 5 hours in, I'm not sure that I'll even finish this factory tonight. This might be left unfinished over the weekend. No, don't fall. So this is going to be constructors now. Production. Constructors. Out of concrete. Back to the base. This is definitely a factory that's going to be, like, terrifying to turn on for the first time, because there's so many things that could go wrong. Check on the dogs. More power slugs. And we're at the point where it takes 1,000,000 points to get another coupon now. I'm just gonna fill up completely on concrete as much as I can. Should figure out a way to set up the hypertube system. Probably have it come in here. couldn't put it there because that'll intersect. So it's gotta be here. What are these even connected to? What the fuck? Put it there, then that needs to be out a little further. Let's just delete the line so that I don't accidentally go in there. I need some speed to make it over there. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to put some boosters down there. That's gonna be a slow climb. Then we can connect this over to here. Branch. Like that. It's kind of weird. That's a very abrupt turn. I don't know why it's doing that. That's not very curvy. Oh, if I go from there in, it does a much nicer curve. That looks more natural. But they intersect. Damn it. What the fuck is that? Okay, still not a fan of that. I think they'd have to be closer together. There we go. That looks a lot nicer. Okay, I think that's gonna have to be the off-ramp for that facility there. Okay. This is gonna have to have a booster to be able to make it up the hill, but it needs to be sufficiently far enough away. We don't need a booster coming down this way because that looks a little weird. I'd like to move this point a little closer. Okay, that looks a little less weird. But it needs, yeah, I will probably put it up on the top of this thing. Okay, that might be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 2, 3. Okay, I actually do need just a regular hyper tube through here. Oh, these are wrong. They need to be alternated. Okay, that's gonna be too close. I really fucking hate that it does this. It makes it so tedious to set these up. I put these out. Maybe that's the problem. I put these in the wrong position. I think they're supposed to be out one further. Paper tube entrance. This is gonna be our speed booster. How did I connect this to the other thing? I can't go through this. Let's go peek at what I did with this other one. Oh, that one was just connected that way. I didn't even go through the tunnel. Well, that's not helpful. Okay, so I need to think of something creative to do here. Because I don't think these go through the ceilings. This temporarily. I mean, I don't have anything hooked up over there yet, so I can just delete this. Not like it's gonna break anything. I hate that that sticks through the bottom though. That looks stupid. Because it would be preferable for it to be on the edge. Alright, that's hooked up. Let's test that the new booster works and all of this shit is not in vain. Alright, so we can get out. Go between these factories now. Perfect. Less running for me to do. I guess I can't put that there unless there's more foundation on the other side. Would I want to put a second elevator here? I don't know. I'll leave the hole open just in case I do decide to put another elevator here. Make it truly symmetrical. Oh, I don't have the foundation here either. Already had a row there. just thinking this, like, I don't... So even if I do build another elevator here, I don't need to do all the power stuff with it because this floor already has power. I'm gonna fill it in for now. I do decide to build another elevator. I'll go delete those pieces, but I don't want them to, I don't want to have random holes that I'm going to keep falling through. Alright, so first floor. I should make rotors first, and then send up the rotors that I need to the motors facility and store the rest of them. So one floor would be one floor is going to be screws, one floor is going to be iron rods. But I think the iron rods are only, I think we're only supposed to make 12 instead of 15. Right? Screws. Yeah, so we are still set up that we will have an excess of... Right. We'll have an excess of iron rods, and we'll have the extra constructor in between the assemblers that will convert all of the excess into screws to be stored. Alright, so we don't need to do anything with the iron rods. The screws will be overclocked to be 15, but all of the iron rods facilities are just taking in 15. Yeah, I guess we need to rename all of these to multi-purpose. Maybe I should name the floors after the material. Well, no, because there'd be more than one there. This would be screws. What are we going to do with the assemblers for the rotors, though? Because there would be 4 floors of assemblers. Wouldn't I be having 8 floors of assembler? Oh man. The overclocking thing is really fucking with my brain. You know what? I might just stop here for the night because I need to spend some time like actually drawing out the floor plan of how many of everything that we're gonna have. And I don't want to sit here and think about that on stream. Like, that's going to take me a while. I'll probably spend like an hour or two off stream figuring out the exact numbers of everything that I need and which floors that they need to go on. So that I can come back next stream and just be able to build it all. A bunch of high-speed connectors. So I feel like I've been going for 6 hours and I feel like almost a third of the time I've spent just like rethinking all of the numbers because I get myself fucked up. And this would be a lot simpler if I just took some time to myself and figured out what all the numbers need to be. Alright, so I'm gonna go get food, eat something, I guess. Sokar ever start streaming? I know he was in a weird mood. He's playing Megabonk? Okay, we'll go raid Sokar and watch him play Megabonk for a while. Otherwise, thanks everyone who stopped by. Thank you for the raids, chatting, lurking, whatever it is. It's always appreciated. I will see everyone on the next stream. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Ever let it go when you